And Station Houston for Steve, we heard you working on the EV hatch MPEV. Can you let us know when it's complete?
It's complete.
Okay, copy that. And Woody, can you verify the EMER MPEV is also open?
Affirm Costa, the EMER MPEV is open. Step 9 complete.
Okay, we copy both. Thank you, guys.
Voice on the ground currently communicating with the astronauts is Costa Mavridis. They are in the center of your screen. Over to the bottom of the screen and his left is Scott Stover, today's flight director. The pressure in the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock is now under 3 psi. Meanwhile, the pressure inside the spacesuits is about 4.3 psi. And this view of Sandy Fletcher, today's lead spacewalk officer, working through the tasks and relaying them to teams on the ground. As depressurization continues in the crew lock, we are now under 2 psi. The International Space Station, flying 266 statute miles over the Indian Ocean, will be coming up over the south coast of Australia shortly.
Woody, I'm reading airlock pressure 1.1. Okay, Sultan, copy that. We're just lagging a little behind on the PCS. I'll give you a go for step 10 in just a moment. Let's copy, standing by. Sultan, I'm guessing we're 30 seconds to a minute out from that action. Copy. Okay, Sultan, take the depress pump man ISO valve to closed. Copy. ISO valve closed. Copy that. Sultan, on the UAA, switch depress pump power off, OFF. The press pump is off. All right, and with that, you guys can report your initial tether config to Ann for egress.
Okay, we'll start with my left side. On my left side, I have my left wave tether to my mini workstation, then to the D-ring extender, gate close, slider locked. I have my tether pack, red hook, gate close, slider locked, and the red reel is unlocked. Yellow hook is gate close, slider locked. The green reel is in my mini workstation. On my right-hand side, I have my light wave tether, gate close, slider locked, to Sultan's blank hook.
Like I see that, Steve, my anchor hook is connected to your waist tether, and anchor hook is get close locked, black on black. My green reel is unlocked, and the green hook from the green reel is connected to my red reel. That hook is get close locked, black on black. Red reel is unlocked, and from the red reel I have my my yellow hook is connected to the green reel, and it's get closed locked, black on black. And the red hook from the red reel is connected to my right gearing extender, and that hook is get closed locked, black on black. The same gearing extender on the right. I have my base tether, small hook is get closed locked, black on black. Large hook is connected to the internal gearing extender. It's gate closed locked, black on black. On my left side I have a gearing extender, and I have my second waist tether, and small hook is gate closed locked, black on black. Large hook is connected to my main workstation.
Okay, Stephen Sultan, that's a good load path, good config.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen and UAE astronaut Sultan Al Neyadi reporting their configuration of tethers, their mini workstation, and other equipment before they begin opening the hatch.
Okay, and Stephen Sultan, just a reminder, once the DPT gets near 0, you can expect an alert tone. Copy. Copy that.
All right, so trying to see if we get my body down here a little bit further. Bring it to the handle at some point.
Report and forward.
All right. Oh, I sort of hung up on something.
Now less than 0.9 psi in the crew lock.
Continuing to watch it, but we are not getting the improvement we expected. I'm predicting that we're going to need to go the full 45 minutes and may even end up opening the interlock CRIV.
Okay, copy. Let's get those commands ready and let me know when we're hit our 45-minute bingo, and we'll take that action.
Copy.
EVA, copy.
Aside from the spacewalk preparations that we're watching right now on the International Space Station, Andrei Fedyaev and Dmitry Petelin, as well as Frank Rubio, are currently in the exercise portions of their day. Astronauts on the International Space Station need to exercise for about 2 hours a day to maintain muscle mass and proper bone health while in microgravity. That exercise will be limited and actually restricted while the Canadarm2 is in use today. Steve Bowen will be on the end of the Canadarm for part of the spacewalk. That'll be controlled by NASA's Frank Rubio, as well as monitored by Woody Hoberg, our ground IV, who's in the center of your screen and who worked this morning to suit up the 2 astronauts now in the crew lock portion of the airlock.
We're at a total depressed time of 30 minutes now.
Copy. Station Houston, an update. We are at about 30 minutes of depress time. Looking at our predictions, we are expecting to need the entire 45 minutes before we take action. So you can expect another 15 minutes of depress before we take action.
EV1 copy.
EV2 copy.
And
Good.
we'll take action a little bit before that because we want to make sure that the total duration is not more than 45 minutes.
Yeah, I understand. We'll let them know when we're opening the bell.
Copy.
Flight Manager.
Manager.
Yeah, but my understanding was we were going to collect data for the full 45 minutes and then add 45 minutes, which would be 13:14 to open the additional valve.
See, EVA, how are we doing on timeline? Just thoughts?
And flight, at least for Optimus, I think we're able to accommodate that 15 minutes and then do the commanding.
We'll give them the full.
Depressurization of the crew lock continues, now 0.69 psi. Anticipating about 15 more minutes of this depressurization. It's a busy time aboard the International Space Station, as always these days. In addition to this spacewalk, there are 2 Roscosmos spacewalks coming up in May. We recently saw the departure of Northrop Grumman's 18th commercial resupply mission to the International Space Station on April 21st. And just before that, SpaceX's 27th commercial resupply mission departed on April 15th. We expect to see another SpaceX resupply mission, the 28th, this summer, which will bring up 2 new International Space Station rollout solar arrays. We refer to those as IROSAs. Part of today's tasks are preparing the space station for installation of those IROSAs on a future spacewalk.
lost our EDAR data for both suits. That is not prohibiting us from continuing the EVA. We still have good UHF data.
Okay, copy. You guys include taking a look at EDAR?
They've got that in work.
And flight photo, we're looking into it.
And once we get the crew underway, we do have step 85 in the EMU pre-breathe.
Depressurization continues in the crew lock, bringing the airlock itself down to a vacuum to match that of space. This is about a 45-minute process. We have about 10 minutes left.
Flight manager.
But my team is ready to press with VRAV open for airlock. We're a little bit early, but we're happy with what we've seen. Okay. Ethos, you ready to open the airlock VRAV?
Sure, we're right there. So we can go ahead and open, or we can wait probably another 1 minute and they'll be done. So at this point, flight recommended.
Now at about 0.5 psi in the crew lock. Again, this is down from 14.7 psi where we started today and what the rest of the space station is at, as well as what's very similar to what we experience here on Earth.
I concur, flight.
All right, Steve and Sultan, I'm showing crew lock pressure less than 26 millimeters. Steve, can you verify the EV hatch gauge shows less than 0.6?
The hatch gauge shows less than 0.6, looks like about 0.4.
All right, with that, Steve, you have a go to open and stow the EV hatch. And a reminder, once you get it off the seals, you'll want to get the hatch MPEV to closed.
All right, I am opening the hatch, and I will get the MPEV to close. Work.
Good reports here in Mission Control Houston, as well as from the crew aboard the International Space Station. The hatch is now open and the crew lock itself is at a vacuum. Again, we will start our timer for today's spacewalk once the spacesuits themselves are on battery power.
And the hatch is open. The MPEV is closed. Is closed. Hatch is latched.
Okay, Steve, copy that. I can verify that the emergency MPEV is closed. Gentlemen, it's time for me to hand you over to Anne. It was a real honor suiting you up this morning. Sultan, you're making history today. Congratulations. We're so excited for you. Hope you both have a great EVA, and we'll see you in just a few hours.
Fantastic job, Woody. Thank you very, very much.
Thanks for all the help, Woody. Thank you.
And now that Woody Hoberg's job as suit IV is complete.
Sultan, how do you hear?
And I have you loud and clear.
And I got you loud and clear.
Fantastic. So with that, we can start our post-depress. On both DCMs, you're going to stagger your switch throws, and you can switch power to battery.
EV1, power going to battery. EV1. EV2 going to battery. I've got blank, no bite. Good startup.
And we copy.
EV2 the same.
Okay, we copy both power to bat, and you can switch your display to Pro to verify function display.
And EV1 display is functional.
EV2 functional display.
Sultan, on the UIA, you can switch power, EV1 and 2 to off, OFF, and check that all 4 LEDs are off.
Right, copy and work. V1, power off, LEDs off. V2, power off, LEDs off.
Okay, copy. For both of you, you can now disconnect your SCU from your DCM, install the DCM cover, and stow your SCU in the pouch.
And that did work, EV1. Work.
In the center of your screen is NASA astronaut Anne McClain. She's going to be the primary communicator with the astronauts while they are on today's spacewalk.
Okay, cover in place. SCU is in the pouch.
Dim cover installed for the pouch.
Okay, we copy that you both have the DCM covers.
Pouch, you're right. Affirmative, and I'm just looking for the pouch.
It's right here. I'm going to give it to you. Here it is. Well, let's make sure it's on the right side of there. So you see it, Sultan? Make sure it goes on the correct side of your...
I got it, thanks.
You're good.
Okay, DCM. Correction. SCU is in the pouch now.
Copy, both SCUs are in the pouches. At this time, you can check that the depress pump man ISO valve is closed.
That's affirmative. And the valve closed.
Copy, for both crew on your DCMs, you can take your temperature control valve to max hot.
Control valve coming to max hot, EV1. Control valve, max hot, EV1.
Copy?
EV2, max hot.
Copy. You may now both switch water to on, ON.
EV1, water's on. Water's on, EV1.
EV2, water is on.
Copy both. Now on your DCMs, check blank bite off.
Blank bite off, EV1.
EV2, blank light off.
Copy. You can now set your temperature control valve as desired and let us know what that setting is. And just a reminder throughout the EVA today to please report your changes and try not to do any changes that are larger than 2.
EV1 copies and repositioning.
Okay, EV2 TV setting is 5.
EV1's initial setting is 4 when I get there. EV1's initial setting is 4.
Okay, we copy 5 and 4. Thank you. Can you please report your suit P gauge?
EV1 4.3.
And 4.3 for EV2.
Copy 4.3, and you can set your visors as required. We're about 5 minutes from a sunrise.
And I agree, it is dark outside. EV1 copies.
And EV2 copies.
Okay, and with that, we can verify that your suit parameters look good. So that'll take us, and we'll take care of the last step on the post-repress. So with that, we'll step into the procedures. So when we're ready, Steve, you are go to open the thermal cover.
Opening the thermal cover.
And Steve, reminder to release the hook from the magnetic plate D-ring and attach the hook to the stowage tether point and cinch the strap until snug.
And that's in work.
As we get a live view from outside the Quest airlock, we have confirmation that the spacewalk itself began at 8:11 a.m. Central Time today as the astronauts turn their suits to battery power.
And making snug. All right, and that's complete. Thermal hatch is open.
Copy. You are now go to egress the airlock.
Keep on egress in the airlock.
Plastic.
And Sultan, as he egresses, your next step is going to be to transfer the crew lock bags out if you want to get eyes on crew lock bag on 2 or 3.
Okay, I was expecting the IDA bag.
No, IDA is 3rd.
All right, copy.
Yes, you can pass those bags in any order.
Okay.
All right, copy.
And by Sultan, I want to make sure I'm in a good orientation here and get my...
And Steve, as you get set, please also turn on your HECA.
All right, let me get myself in a good config here. My waist tether.
First out of the hatch this morning is NASA astronaut Steve Bowen. He is EV1. You can differentiate between he and Sultan Al Neyadi by the red stripe that is on Bowen's spacesuit.
And HECA. And I got a good green light for HECA. Okay, Sultan, I'm ready for a bag.
Okay, I'm sending bag number 3 first.
Bag number 3.
And I know you're tracking, but crew lock bags 2 and 3 are going to be stowed on the airlock zenith of the starboard airlock toolbox on 556.
556. Copy.
The crew members start their day with Sultan Al Neyadi passing out some of the
She's coming your way, Steve.
passing out some of the bags that will be used to Steve Bowen. He will then stow those on a handrail for use later.
Airlock that. Got it. It's coming back.
Got it.
Okay, here it comes. All right, I'm gonna put that up on there.
On the D-ring extender.
Thank you.
As you can see, the colors changing outside of the International Space Station. We will be entering an orbital sunrise, orbital daylight, very soon. The lights on the helmet camera of Steve Bowen down in the bottom left of your frame are currently on. The International Space Station sees 16 sunrises and sunsets a day, so these spacewalkers will work in alternating light and darkness throughout their time today.
All right, crew lock back 3, going 556, on the red. My red.
And we copy Steve, crew lock bag 3 on 556. And Sultan, just a reminder, the large, small RETs from these crew lock bags are going to get stowed on the airlock D-ring extender.
Yeah, copy, and the first bag, number 3, Margaret, is already on the D-ring extender.
Copy.
Okay, Sultan, I'm ready for bag number 2.
Wait, ready?
Flight EVA for MEDOX removal. EVA. Yeah, Woody's left the airlock. We did not see step 85. That's fine as long as we get it done sometime.
All right, I see bag number 2.
These bags that Al Neyadi is transferring to Bowen are stored on the same handrail. They'll be used later. They contain tools for different tasks.
Releasing the airlock. Red.
And I'm ready for it.
Okay, here it comes.
Thanks.
Bag number 2, heading up.
A small red is going to be ready.
And that crew lock bag also goes to 556. And that large, small RET Sultan also goes to airlock D-ring extender. And the next item to pass out will be the GoPro.
Copy on and have it.
EVA copies.
All right. Bag number 2 is attached to 556. with the integral tether. The bag 3 is on with a ret, bag 2 is on with the integral tether.
Okay, we copy both crew locks on 556. Nicely done. And the next thing is to retrieve and install the GoPro.
Right. That's ready for your seat. Yep. My ret is wrapped around the handle now. I gotta take that off first.
Brilliant EVA for the safer hand control module.
Okay.
Copy that the handle was up. It doesn't necessarily mean the hand control module is deployed. That takes us to the generic systems crib sheet 2.182. Pick up, there's an image on page 12 and the steps start on page 13.
Right. If we copied that at EV1 turned on their Echo, we never saw any telemetry coming in. We'd like to just cycle the ground services and see if we can get the telemetry.
GoPro is right. And I have that ready to my mini workstation. You can release the other end, Sultan. Okay, and work. When you're ready. All right. Then let the hook go. Thank you. Give me a minute to set that up.
Another short handover with the tracking data and relay satellite systems that help us communicate with the International Space Station. The crew members continue to prepare the crew lock bags that they will use later on in the spacewalk.
And it's like based on video, we think
I've got the small hook on 550.
Steve's safer also.
We copy small hook on 550. And Sultan, while you wait for him to come back to the IDA bag, we'd like you to check your safer handles and ensure that they are both full down.
Copy. Okay, I got the big hook on 546.
And Steve, was that 546?
546 on the lower. All right, I've got it facing the correct way. So head back to the airlock.
Okay, we copy.
Both handles down.
Okay, copy Sultan. And Steve, we'd like you to do the same thing with your safer handles and just give them a tap and make sure they're both full down.
All right, give me 1 second to stop.
And Sultan, the next bag will be the IDA bag, and this large small ret will also go to the airlock D-ring extender.
For that. All right, checking my papers. Right handle is down. Okay, left handle is down.
And we copy Steve, so you can get the IDA bag from Sultan and stow it on your BRT.
Okay. Okay, Sultan, pass it out this way. Almost there. A little bit further. Thank you.
Try to pass the handle.
I missed the handle. I got this.
All right.
So hold on.
NASA's Anne McClain, our ground IV today. She lived aboard the International Space Station during expeditions 58 and 59 and was a lead spacewalker on 2 spacewalks herself.
Yeah, hold on. I want to make sure it's on there.
Take your time.
I'm trying to tuck the wire ties in. All right, that might be your T. Your T red is attached. Lock rat. Coming back to you. Ready?
Yep.
There it is. Okay, let me get this stuck down where I want it. And those wire ties don't do a thing where I want them to, but it's okay.
And Sultan, the next bag will be crew lock bag 1, and you can pass that out to Steve, or you can egress with it, your choice. Reminder to keep the large small ret on crew lock bag 1.
Right, copy that. I'm going to pass it to Steve and then release the hook when he has a red on it.
Copy. And Steve, as you wait for that, can you check the strap on the thermal cover, the one that you cinched, and to make sure that there are 6 lines visible?
Hold on. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I see 6 lines visible.
Copy. Thanks for the check.
All right. Well, I'm unfamiliar. Zach is up, and I'm unfamiliar with what that shows exactly for height above eye. So, give me an idea at some point. Appreciate that. If it's well above my head.
Copy. Will do.
Thank you. All right, Sultan, I'm ready for your bag.
Coming your way.
All right. Not quite. They wrap your bag.
Okay.
Release the lock rat. Hold on. Here it comes.
No, Steve, actually, this stays with the...
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Here, bring it back
I'm
up.
going to pass it back.
Thank you. Actually, you can just hook it back up. I'll put it right here. Thank you for the reminder.
No problem.
Can you release your end now, and I'll hold on to it?
Do you have a rate on it?
I got a hand on it, I got a rat on it. So you release the big hook, and then it'll be, I'll put it on.
All right, and work.
Yeah, good words on that large small ret. And just another note on this bag, Sultan, if you're going to want to use your BRT during translation adaptation, then you can go ahead and temp stow crew lock bag 1 on that airlock handrail. If you're not going to use your BRT, then once you egress, we'll get it on your BRT.
No problem. I think that's on my BRT, and I'll do the adaptation with a waist tether, the handrail.
You can just hook it to the handrail right now, and then you can grab it on the way out.
You can do that, yeah.
Okay. All right, I have the crew lock bag by the big hook on the airlock handrail to release my ret. And I will clear the hatch for you.
Thank you, Steve. Then I'm ready to egress.
Sultan, you are go to egress.
I'm going to get the view from my feet before.
The astronauts have been working through preparation of their tool bags, as well as ensuring their tethers are in the proper configuration. Now preparing for UAE astronaut Sultan Al Neyadi to egress the hatch.
Still coming out?
Yep.
Before that, actually, I need to reroute the SCU. It's coming in between my safety tether.
Okay. Take your time. Make sure it's right.
So, my safety tether out. Coming out.
And Sultan, once you get out and set, your next step is to receive crew lock bag 1 and stow it if you want to do that right now. Otherwise, you can leave it temp stowed for translation adaptation.
It's right here.
I can go receive it.
Flight EVA, that puts us top of page 3.
At 30 minutes into today's spacewalk, UAE astronaut Sultan Al Neyadi has egressed the hatch, the first ever spacewalk for an astronaut from the United Arab Emirates. Another good look at both of our spacewalkers here. On the right, you see NASA's Steve Bowen with red stripes around the legs of his spacesuit. That'll help you tell the difference from him and Sultan Al Neyadi, who's on the left side in an unmarked suit.
And Steve, while he is working crew lock bag 1, just want to let you know that we noticed that the wire tie caddy is not staying tucked to the IDA bag. Just wanted to put your awareness on it in case you want to tuck it in somewhere or add another ret.
Yeah, let me try and fix that again. I thought I had tucked it in when I pulled it out. It's a better place to tuck it.
Okay. Pull it back, stow it to my BRT.
Okay, copy, Sultan. You can now turn on your HECA.
That should be better.
See green LED HECA.
Okay, we copy your HECAs on. And just a quick note to congratulate the UAE for having their flag on an EMU outside the International Space Station for the first time. And gentlemen, you can get it set up for your buddy checks.
Thanks so much.
All right. Okay, so I see 2 green lights. I see 2 latches up. I see 3 latches up, 1 is taped.
Yep, that's a BRT.
And I see your right each tether. Fender.
Going for that lock.
That one goes back to the earlock, the gate closed slider lock on the small hook. On your red hook, the gate closed slider lock, the red reel, which is unlocked, and the yellow hook, which is locked, gate closed slider lock on the green reel, which is unlocked. To my right wave feather, which is gate closed slider locked on me. So I see us in a good config. And I see
safer handles.
Check your safer handles again. To your left safer handle down. To your right safer handle down.
That's right.
Good
All right.
checks on Sultan.
Secures. See LB HECA. WSE. The tabs up on BRT and mini workstation. Right safer handle is down. Your left safer handle is down as well. Right have your shutter, gas closed, locked black on black. It is connected to my anchor hook, both hooks. I get closed black, locked black on black.
My half is dry.
Yes. Keep back. I see it. Close black, black on black. Okay.
I'll check those when I drop them.
Okay, cool. I think you're in a good config.
Thank you.
If your half is dry.
My half is dry.
All right, nicely
And
done.
my gloves are nominal.
Steve, your next step is going to be to translate out to the anchor hook location, up the Cedar Spur and out face 1, and you're looking for mile marker 5760. Sultan, you're going to hang out right there. Once Steve is clear, you can tend the thermal cover hatch closed as much as you can. Obviously, won't go all the way. And you can perform translation adaptation as needed.
Copy that.
All right, heading out to mile marker 5760.
Steve, a reminder as you go along face 1, we have those tusk cables out, so just avoid inadvertent contact on the zenith and nadir cedar rails.
Understand, avoid the tusk cables. I'll be looking for them.
The astronauts have completed their buddy checks. Along the way, we heard a handful of acronyms that we'll continue to hear throughout the spacewalk. One of those is the HECA. That's the High-Def EMU Camera Assembly, as well as the WVS, the Wireless Video System. Those will help us get views from the helmet cameras on the astronauts. Additionally, we heard the MWS, that's the mini workstation that's attached to the astronauts themselves, as well as the BRT, the Body Restraint Tether.
The top of the CETA, and then use the CETA cards.
And we copy, Steve. We see you out there. Just for your awareness, we have all the external cameras. We do not have your helmet cams yet. We're working the issue.
Oh, okay.
Right now, Steve Bowen has moved to the CETA cart. That's the Crew Equipment Translation Aid. Meanwhile, on screen here is Sultan Al Neyadi. He's working to close the thermal cover. The main hatch on the Quest airlock will remain open in case the astronauts needed to ingress quickly at any time. As this is his first spacewalk, he also has a little bit of extra time to get used to maneuvering outside in the vacuum of space.
Yeah, for now. Can we put down like 3 in the middle board?
And Steve, we see you getting toward 5760, and you're going to be placing the anchors just nadir of 5760. The first handrail you're going to be looking for is 3011, and that's the one that is straight up and down.
Okay, 5760, I'm at that mile marker. All right, 3011. That's what I'm looking for, correct?
Affirmative. On 3011, you're going to drop your anchor hook, EV1 anchor hook, ensuring the gate closed and hook locked.
Yes, stand by. Okay, EV1 anchor hook, 3011. It is closed. Black on black, it's locked. The green reel is
Okay, good word, Steve. You're now going to go just inboard to the diagonal handrail 3217, and you're going to put Sultan's EV2 anchor on handrail 3217.
Okay, handrail 3217, B1 anchor hook. An 82 anchor hook. Alright, at EV2's anchor hook, gate closed final lock on 3217. Now feed sending back to the airlock.
Okay, we concur you guys are in a good safety tether config, so with that, you can give Sultan a go to release his weight tether from the airlock D-ring extender.
Sultan, you have a go to release your waist tether from the airlock D-ring extender.
Copy that, releasing my waist tether from the D-ring extender.
Steve, you can continue outboard toward S6. Reminder to give us a gauntlet call prior to crossing the Sarge, and your next step is going to be to drop your green hook at out on S5, and a reminder that at the Sarge you're going to translate zenith. Sultan, once you have your waist tether... Sultan, once you have your waist tether off, you can close the thermal cover.
Okay, copy that. Okay, thermal cover closed.
Copy, thermal cover closed. You can now head to ESP2 for bag stow. And reminder, you're going to translate. You can either translate on the wagon wheel of the airlock across to ESP2, or you can go direct from the toolboxes over to ESP2 to the starboard side.
All right, copy that.
All right, my gauntlets are down. I am at the Sarge.
Okay, copy, Steve. And reminder, because of the angles everything's parked in, you're going to need to go zenith prior to crossing. And when you cross, you're going to have the non-radiator side of the IEA out your left side.
All right, my left side non-radiator. I see where I am.
Flight EVA for status. We're on the top of page 5, about 12 minutes down in the timeline.
Copy, top page 5, about 12 minutes.
And Steve, as a check, once you cross the struts, the first whiff, you're going to see our whiff 2 and 6 and handrail 2203, and then you know you're on the right path.
At 2 and 6, I'm on the right path, and that's a great cue. Thank you.
Sure thing. You can just head straight out starboard now. You're going to be going all the way along that edge until you get to the S6 handrail 2003, which is going to be the first one on the S6 long spacer.
2003, first one S6, and that's where I dropped my green hook, I think, right?
Good words.
This view coming from the helmet camera of Sultan Al Neyadi. The International Space Station currently flying.
ESP2, you're going to be going to the starboard side, just forward of that trunnion pin. The good news out there is that there's no NBL structure to get in your way, so you should make that corner nice and easy. And you're going to be looking for handrail 8007.
Copy that, 8007, and I did notice that NBL structure here. Thanks.
All right, I'm at 2003, stopping to drop my green hook.
Copy. Green hook to 2003, and just note the barber pole on the one side.
And I see it.
The space station currently flying 258 statute miles over the South Atlantic Ocean, which we are getting glimpses of in the background of Sultan Al Neyadi's camera.
You just continue straight outbound on that same path to S6 handrail 2009. That'll be with the IEA off to your right side. And a reminder, your left hand as you get out there is going to cross handrail 2008. and that is the one that has wire ties and MLI secured to it that we want to try to minimize loads into.
Understand, 2008, minimize loads. Okay, green hook. On 2003. It is gate closed fire lock. Not that that matters on that hook, but it is. All right, put this your key down a little bit more.
Yeah, good word, Steve. You're right, it doesn't need to be locked, but we'll take the belt and suspenders anytime. So you're just heading outboard to 2009.
I agree. 2009. Heading outboard.
And this video coming from Steve Bowen's helmet camera. He continues to stow bags where needed outside the International Space Station. And his next main task will be to relocate an articulating portable foot restraint that will be used later in the spacewalk.
And Steve, that's you're passing that BCDU MLI right now on 2008, and that's what we want to try to not put loads in. I think you saw it as you went by.
I did. I slowed down, make sure I reached across it. And I'm at 2032 in 2009 now, so I'm at my next work site.
Copy. Yes, you are. You can stow the IDA cable bag right in front of you, and there's going to be an integral tether to 2010 on your left and another to 2032 on your right.
All right. I'll get that in work.
And then reminder, we are going to have another large, small adjustable from the lid of the bag over to 2032 as well. So there will be 2 connections on 2032.
Copy.
And Sultan, it looks like you have a good temp stow on the bag. When you're ready, you're going to translate back toward the airlock the way you came to go up the CETA spur, and your next stop is going to be the port CETA cart to retrieve an APFR.
Right, copy. Port CETA cart. And is it the inboard or outboard handrail stanchion on 2010?
We suggested the outboard, and then for 2032, the one that's farthest away from you. But if you see a better way, just let us know.
All right.
And actually, Steve, I had that backwards. On 2010, we suggest the inboard, but again, whatever you need to get it tacked down tightly.
All right. Have it down on the inboard.
And Sultan, as you get up the Cedar Spur, you're going to be heading up to the Port Cedar Cart.
Let's copy.
And as you get up on phase 1 Sultan, that Port Cedar Cart will be off to your right side. And a reminder for you as well of not touching the test cables.
Right, I got it.
Okay, I have one of the corners to 2032, the other corner to 2010, and the big hook on 2032 well, back to the top of the back.
Copy. Good config, Steve. And we will take a glove inspection and a HAP check and ensuring your gauntlets are in place.
Okay, my gauntlets are in place. HAP is dry. I'm checking my gloves.
Okay, copy, Steve. Then you can continue your tour of station, and you can translate back inboard to the starboard Cedar Cart to retrieve an APFR, and you will retrieve your green hook on the way.
Okay, retrieve my green hook, head back to the starboard Cedar Cart. My gloves are good.
Copy, good glove check.
Flight Sims reporting some weather at Guam. They're seeing slight signal degradation on the ground, but so far no impacts to users.
Kevin.
And nice work, Sultan. And we can head to the up the Cedar Spur when you're ready. Nice work.
Copy.
Okay, stop and retrieve my green hook.
Copy, green hook.
This is Mission Control Houston. Views from both of our spacewalkers, now 53 minutes into today's spacewalk.
To the starboard Cedar with 4, which is the top right. And note as you translate that, when you get there, there is 2 APFRs. There's one in the top right and the bottom right. We want the one in the top right that has the ingress aid.
All right, I understand.
Bowen and Al Neyadi are heading out to relocate an APFR. That's an articulating portable foot restraint. It's often used during spacewalks to help astronauts secure themselves in one location as they work on a specific task.
Back on. They stick together. Bring you my translation.
We copy the green hook.
And translating under the MT.
Copy, Sultan. And Sultan, as you get out to the Port Cedar Cart, you're going to be picking up the APFR that's on the bottom left. Bottom left with 2. And that will also have an ingress 8 on it.
Copy, bottom left, left 2. The ingress 8.
Ten seconds to a handover.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are in a satellite handover with the astronauts aboard the International Space Station as they continue today's spacewalk. Again, they are heading out to relocate an articulating portable foot restraint. Following relocation of the APFR, they will begin moving out to route cables and modify some multi-layer insulation on one of the modification kits preparing for installation of future solar arrays.
We're back with you after the handover.
All right, passing the anchor hooks.
Copy.
You want me to tell you when we do the IFO1 reboots, right? Okay, copy.
And Sultan, we see you at the APFR. When you have a second, we'd like you to double check that the pitch setting is Papa Papa, and then we want you to not change the pitch setting when you translate. Not change the pitch setting.
Right, we'll check for Papa Papa, we'll not change it.
Sultan, that was an impressive fix. You have surgeon's hands.
Thank you.
All right, I am at the starboard speed account. Yep. Get up on it.
Okay, copy, Steve. And you're looking for the top right, WIF 4. And we are going to have you keep that APFR in the WIF and adjust the pitch knob when you get there.
Understand. Top right, WIF 4. Adjust the pitch knob while still in the WIF.
Yep, and for...
And I see Foxtrot on this APFR.
And Sultan, understand that you see Foxtrot.
That's affirmative, yes.
Copy, Sultan. Standby 1. Steve, for yours in WIF 4, we're going to have you leaving the APFR in the WIF, adjust the pitch setting to Fox. And Sultan, we were expecting Papa on yours, so we're talking about it for a second.
Affirm.
In flight, we do want Sultan to change it at this location to Papa.
And Sultan, we would like you to have you adjust that pitch setting to Papa. So just the pitch setting, and you can leave it in the WIF if you'd like. And so Steve, Fox, Sultan, Papa.
Copy.
Fox. That should work.
We are now 1 hour into today's spacewalk. The The astronauts have made their way out to the SETA cart, the Crew Equipment and Translation Aid, and they are both working on a separate APFR, articulating portable foot restraint. Verifying the settings are needed to be used later today.
Okay. Okay, Fox, Fox. All right, I have the APFR in Fox, Fox, and the pitch knob is locked and able to be depressed.
Those are great words, Steve, as you know. So you can retrieve that APFR now with the ingress aid and stow it on your BRT.
All right, that's going to be in work in a minute. Okay, I have Papa and this APFR, and pitch knob is locked and can be depressed.
Okay, good word, Sultan. You are now going to pick up that APFR with the ingress aid and stow it on your BRT. You are now going to pick up that APFR with the ingress aid and stow it on your BRT.
Related to it.
As you both work those APFRs onto your BRT, big picture, you're going to be pretty synced up now. You're going to be heading out to S6. Just note we're about 5 minutes to a sunset if you want to set your visors accordingly.
Thank you very much, sir. Copy.
Again, the crew members continue with the first task of the day, which is fixing the appropriate settings on these articulating portable foot restraints. They will stow those on their body retractable tether. The APFR will be used later in the spacewalk.
Same as before.
Copy.
And just to confirm, man, I was triangulating on the hands of the cart and released the brakes.
Yes, good words. And we'll also catch them on the end of the EVA. Steve's actually going to be back on this SETA cart to pick up the other APFR in a little later, but that's always a good check, and we'll always take it. To pick up the other APFR in a little later, but that's always a good check, and we'll always take it.
Copy, thanks. That's empty.
Hey, I have a rep the APFR. APFR is in my jaws over my BRT. The wave at Sultan as he goes by. Hey, Sultan, how are you?
Good. I assume I'm good to translate ahead of you, Steve, right?
I think that's the plan, yep.
Yes, we were just talking about that. You are going to translate ahead of him. So you're going to continue outboard prior to crossing. You're going to cross where the anchor hooks are, and then a little bit outboard of that prior to crossing the Sarge. We'll make sure your gauntlets are in place. And you're going to be translating zenith from there. And so you're going to go kind of up face one and then across the Sarge.
Right, copy.
You're going to go kind of up.
All right, keep an eye on my tether there as you go by it there, Sultan.
Thank you, Steve. I see it, and I see our anchor hooks.
Now that both crew members have the APFR, the articulating portable foot restraint, with them, they're heading out to the S6 truss where they will install those APFRs and prepare for the next task of routing some cables to prepare for future installation of new International Space Station rollout solar arrays, also known as IROSAs. These will be delivered later this year.
Man, my gauntlets are down. I'm ready to cross the Sarge.
Copy. And for both of you, it's the same translation path as Steve took out the first time. So as you cross the Sarge, you're going to come zenith and then cross onto S4. And then cross onto... And you should have the non-radar side out your left side and the IEA out your right side.
And I copy, thank you.
Good night, Tom.
As you can see,
Can we confirm mile mark or handrail that we got the hook?
Yeah, Sultan, so before crossing the Sarge, we'll have you ensure your gauntlets are in place. And then you're going to translate zenith. And then when you go across the struts and you get to S4, have that non-radiator side out your left side. The first thing you should see is whiff 2 and whiff 6, and then handrail 2203.
All right, you're ahead of me, Sultan. You're on the right path. When you cross over, what did you cross over to the other side, Ed?
And I concur, and I picked my gauntlets right down. I took the expected route, and I'm by the handrail 2103, heading outboard.
Okay, we copy 2103 and heading outboard. 2103.
As you can see, the
Sultan, when you get out there.
Our handrail for anchor hook, I see 2003.
Yes, so you're going to hook to your green hook to 2004, which is one handrail outboard of 2003. And then 2 handrails outboard of that is where you're going to actually cross on the inboard side of the BCDU that's open. So the first thing you want to do, though, is get your green hook on 2004.
Right, copy. Green hook on 00. Can work.
This view from the helmet camera of Sultan Al Neyadi, United Arab Emirates astronaut, on the first spacewalk for an Emirati astronaut. Lighting looks a little different outside the International Space Station right now, as the station itself is in an orbital nighttime. Again, we'll see several changes in, we'll see several sunrises and sunsets today during the spacewalk, as it currently flies 265 statute miles over the Indian Ocean.
Okay, green hook for EV2, handrail 204.
Okay, good work, Sultan. And while you're paused here, just a reminder, actually for both of you, for the helmet lights, if you push the button multiple times, you might get 1 light, 2 light, and then they'll go off. So if the light seems dim, you may not have both lights on.
Thank you, Ed.
Copy.
And Sultan, you're going to continue out along S6. When you see whiff 9, you're going to take a right, and you're going to see handrail 2024, and that's going to be just on the inboard side of the BCDU. So you're just going to head straight across. Just on the inboard side of the BCDU.
Copy that.
And Steve, you're just heading out to where you were before to drop your green hook on 2003, and then head straight all the way outboard. And then head straight all the way outboard.
And I'm working on that now. There it is.
Yeah, and that short handrail there, Sultan, is 2025, and then it'll be a kind of a reach around to the other side, and then you can go outboard, and you're going to be looking for your S6 with 15.
Please, that's 15, right?
And Sultan, one more body orientation reminder. When you get out to S6 and you find whiff 15, we'd like you to position your body over the IEA and ensure that your safety tether is on the IEA side of that whiff. And there's 2 whiffs there. Whiff 15 is the one that kind of points in the direction of the radiator. Whiff 15 is the one that kind of points in the direction of the radiator.
Right, copy. I see with 15.
EVA, we're at the top of page 6.
And Sultan, because that APFR was in a different configuration than we expected when you picked it up, we're going to have you verify the settings. And so when you're ready for the settings, let me know. You are going to be installing it at clocking of 12.
But at 12.
All right, green hook on 2003. My tether gets snarled in my APFR. Interesting.
All right, good word, Steve. I understand you got your green hook down. You're going to head all the way outboard so you can't go anymore and take a right after the IEA, and you're heading around to S6 with 31.
31 S6 on my way.
Yeah, and I see Papa Papa, and on the call I see call currently, and ready for the settings.
Okay, your full settings are going to be 12 Papa Papa Fox 8. 12 Papa Papa Fox 8.
All right, 12 Papa Papa Fox 8 in work.
And a brief loss of signal with the International Space Station as our spacewalkers continue today's spacewalk, now 1 hour and 18 minutes since they switched their suits to battery power.
Back with you after a handover, so if you called it, I missed it. We've got Sultan working 12 Papa Papa Fox 8 and WIF 15, and Steve, you're heading to WIF 31.
I am heading to WIF 31. All right, WIF 31 is here.
Okay, and I have good installation. Good pull twist test. Check on the knob.
And Sultan, we got a copy of the good pull twist test and just looking for black on black.
It is black on black, sorry, yes. So black on black, we have it. Clicking on the
Okay,
knob.
copy.
And it's locked and can be depressed.
Good check, thank you. And can you confirm 12 Papa Papa Fox 8?
It's affirmative. 12 Papa Papa Fox 8.
Copy, good work. You can hang out and take a couple pictures while Steve gets his APFR installed. Steve, you've got settings of 6, Fox, Fox, Fox 2.
Fox, Fox, Fox 2. Okay.
And Sultan, as you are taking pictures, I will also take a glove inspection, HAP check, and just double checking your gauntlets are in place, please.
We'll do that.
And again, for Steve, your settings are 6, Fox, Fox, Fox 2.
And I have nominal gloves, no change, dry hat, and my guns is still down.
Good word, Sultan. And after Steve has APFR in, we'll be heading to the cable routing and the mod kit. And just a reminder, you do have cuff pages if you want to read about it first.
Right, copy that.
As the astronauts install their articulating portable foot restraints, they will then begin moving on to the next task, one of the major tasks today, which is routing cables in preparation for future installation of International Space Station rollout solar arrays.
I see. There. Okay. 3 o'clock was 6.
In this view from Sultan Al Neyadi's helmet camera, on the left, on his left glove, you can see a small, what looks like a notebook that includes some reference information.
Affirmative. Fox 2.
Yeah, I got Fox. Go to 2. Okay, 6 Fox, Fox, Fox 2.
Copy, Steve. And we get a full twist and black on black.
Twist, pull, black on black. I see.
Copy and verify the pitch knob is locked and can be depressed.
All right, hold on, I'll get on the other side. Okay, knob is locked. It can be depressed.
Copy. Good word, Steve. That completes the installation, and so we'll take a glove inspection, HAP check, and gauntlets, please.
Tap is dry, gloves look good.
Copy, good gloves, Steve. So we can now, for both of you, move over to the 1B cable routing. Steve, you're going to go directly to the left side of the mod kit. Sultan, as you go outboard past Steve's APFR, you're going to do a fair lead on the short handrail on the radiator side of the IEA. It's handrail 2061, and again, it'll be off to your right side on the radiator side.
Let's copy that, and work.
For both of you, as you go out there, a couple of reminders about the mod kit. We don't want to translate simultaneously on the mod kit. We want to keep translation rates lower than 3 seconds per foot, and then avoid cyclic loading into the mod kit.
Copy?
Copy that now.
Flight EVA for status, top of page 7, both crew. We're about 13 minutes ahead on EV1's timeline, but the crew synced up very well.
Copy that. Very good.
And for both of you, for your awareness, you got a happy team down here. You are slightly ahead of timeline.
Oh, it's good to know. Thank you.
Great, thanks.
Okay, Sultan, I am trying to track my tethers. Seem to have lost sight of them.
See it, and it's clear up to the anchor hook. I don't see the anchor hook, obviously, but it's heading that way, and it's clear for my tether. And
I think it's behind me.
oh, sorry, you mean body, all right.
Yeah,
It is.
okay. Can you help me do a quick...
If you can, yeah, just keep your feet low and keep rotating counterclockwise as you're doing.
Put counterclockwise?
Feet towards the IEA, please. Towards the IEA, towards structure. Yeah, continue. Your feet down, bring your feet down. No, unwind just for 20 degrees. Continue. And try to lift them a little bit, lift your feet. Okay, now bring them down. And then do counterclockwise rotation. Yes. No, stop.
Excellent. Thank you.
See it?
I have it, yes.
I think it's still behind your chest.
No, it's right here.
All right, see it. Okay. And am I translating inboard of that APFR or outboard towards the radiators?
Checking. And Sultan, you want to stay on the IEA side of Steve's APFR, and then just past the APFR is where you're going to kind of drop and look down on the radiator side, and that's where you'll see the short handrail 2061, and it should be up and down, so kind of perpendicular to the radiator orientation.
Thank you, and I was just checking to avoid some cables on the APFR. So I don't want to shoot.
Copy. And Steve, as you get out there, your first location target is going to be the left lower strut and the cable routing.
Left lower strut cable routing. Thing over there.
And if you see an all-white cable, then you're in the right place.
I see an all-white cable come to the center, and then connect it next to the barber pole cable.
Copy, that is your bundle. So you're going to retrieve and route that left IROSA cable bundle, first wire tying it to the left mid-strut handrail with a pre-stage wire tie. And for both of you on these cables, I just want to draw your attention to the wing tabs where the cables are connected to themselves, and we want to make sure that when we finish that they stay connected to themselves.
Understand. Good.
This is Mission Control Houston, coming up on 1 hour and 32 minutes into today's spacewalk.
And Sultan, the idea with that fair lead is just to keep the tether off to the right side. If you see a better place to fair lead that tether, you can. We think that 2061 is a good spot, but if it's hard to get to, then you can look for another location.
Copy that, Tom. Yeah.
Both crew members have moved to the S6 or Starboard 6 portion of the International Space Station. They're going to be starting on the first major task of today's spacewalk, which is to route these cables to prepare for future installation of solar arrays.
Hey, Sultan.
Hi, so...
See where my safety tether comes in? Here. To my left,
in front of
D-ring
you.
extender.
One point. Okay, see, it's clear, right?
Okay, well, no. Now look for my left waist tether, my left D-ring extender.
All right, yeah, it's...
What's it handled on?
You can swap your waist tethers and release the one you're hooked in now.
Okay.
Swap another local and then, release that one.
Okay, then this one
Okay.
sounds clear.
And your session end effector is also catching that tether. Release it and just bring it under it. Release it. Okay.
All clear now?
Yes, you are.
Thank you.
The left side cables.
And Sultan, we see you get into the work side as well. Just note for your guys' awareness, we have Sultan's helmet cam. We don't have Steve's at the moment. So Sultan, if that is the red barber pulled cables, then you have the right ones. And your first step is to wire tie those to the right mid-strut handrail with a pre-stage wire tie.
Right, I see the right cable and I see Right 1 Bravo with the Sharpie line.
And we have both cameras back, and Sultan, those are good words. That's the right one. And just a reminder, as you're routing these, the wire ties will go to the mid-strut handrails that are pre-stage, and then all of the slack will be back toward the mass canister on the long handrail.
Copy.
In this view from Steve Bowen's helmet camera in the background, you can see Sultan Al Neyadi. Both astronauts now at the S6 truss working to route cables that will be used upon installation of future IROSAs. Those are International Space Station rollout solar arrays. The modification kits that they're working on were installed on a previous spacewalk.
All right. 3 turns on the mid and heading to the aft.
We copy the wire tie on the mid-strut and heading toward the mass canister.
Okay, and I have the same on the mid-strut and the pre-stage wire tie. I've got 3 twists into the long handrail.
Copy 3 twists on the mid-strut handrail, and you two are taking slack outboard to the mass canister long handrail with long wire ties.
All right. Long wire ties all the way out.
In this view from both astronauts' helmet cameras, you can get a glimpse at that mirror that they wear on their wrist. The panel on the astronaut's spacesuit, it's on the front of their spacesuit, and all of the dials.
Use, integrated wire tie, or we use something from RT Caddy?
And Sultan, you could use the long wire tie that's there integrated on the cable.
Oh, thanks.
And that's 3 turns. Twist in the aft, try to make it look pretty.
And as you tack those down, just one final check for you both to ensure that the no wing tabs were knocked and that the cables are still connected to themselves.
Wing tabs are still in place.
Same on the right side as well. And I have 3 twists on the wire tie, the long handrail.
Okay, copy. Good work. So the next step for both of you is to go to your respective upper strut. So Steve, on the left upper strut, and you're going to be right toward the center pad, so just up from where you are. And Sultan to the right upper strut to the MLI gap near the center pad. MLI gap near the center pad.
Upper strut, center pad. Can you tell me when you're done translating? Yeah, give me 1 second. I will be done.
And good call, Sultan, keeping people happy down here. And just a reminder, you do have photos of this area on your cuff pages if you need a reference.
All right. Sultan, I think I'm in a good position.
All right. Thanks.
In the background of this view from Steve Bowen's helmet camera, you can see the curvature of the Earth as we prepare for an orbital sunrise on the International Space Station.
All right, Steve, you're going to be closing the MLI gap that's near the center pad. You can use integral MLI wire ties or wire ties from your BRT as needed. And if needed, ensure the flap side of the MLI wraps underneath the non-flap side before securing with the integrals. And we want to just ensure that there's no metal showing.
Okay, I understand.
And if you look just past your work site, you will see a beautiful sunrise about to happen if you need to adjust visors accordingly.
I do. I do see a beautiful sunrise.
That sunrise coming 1 hour and 43 minutes into today's spacewalk as the station is flying over the North Pacific Ocean.
And I'm with the right mid strut to mountain brackets. That is okay.
And Sultan, say again, you said you're at the mid-strut?
Yeah, the upper strut is the workplace for Steve now. I don't want to go there. It's busy. I'm saying I want to start with the right mid strut to the mountain bracket station.
So we're not anticipating that the right mid-strut on this side needs to be looked at, but you can on the upper strut on the other side near the mounting bracket. You can go toward where the M14 bolts are. So it's just on the left side of the upper bolt. So if you pull the square MLI with the two bolt holes over the M14 bolt boss.
Copy that.
And I think I'm complete with this MLI if you all want to take a quick look. I see no metal showing.
And Steve, we're taking a look at that right now. We'll also take your call. The right upper strut is kind of right in front of you. If you're in a good position to get both of them, you can.
Let me get that one too.
Right now, both astronauts are modifying some MLI, multi-layer insulation, on the modification kit. This view in Steve Bowen's helmet camera, and to the right of your screen, you can see Emirati astronaut Sultan Al Neyadi.
And Sultan, we're talking about the MLI down here. So on that mid strut, we expected that the MLI to be out of config at those two bolts that are right in front of you. It actually looks like they're pretty good. But right by your right hand, it looks like there's an MLI flap sticking up on that strut. So we're just wondering if you could maybe adjust those wire ties and get that flap more securely down on the whole mid strut.
I copy that. I just did this mid-strut 2 bolts, and single wire tie is secured under them. You're saying there is a flap on my right-hand side that you need to be secured?
So now it's off to kind of your left, but wherever you see a flap sticking up, you can go ahead and tack it down.
Right, I see it.
That in, and how does that look on the other side? That's right there. Expand a little bit more.
And Steve, those look pretty good. If you can just kind of back up a little bit and give us a good HECA scan, and then we'll move on to the left mid strut.
All right, sounds good. Okay, so that looks metal exposed.
And for Steve, we're good with the MLI on the upper struts. Nice work. So you can move on to the left mid strut. We expect there was an MLI gap between the collar bolts and the mounting bracket. But similar words to what I gave Sultan, if you see other MLI that looks out of config, we would love it if you could snug it up a little bit. But we're expecting the left mid strut between the collar bolts and the mounting bracket.
Mid strut between the collar bolts and the mounting bracket. All right, I will take a look.
And Sultan, that's I see you kind of working the collar bolts on that strut. That's definitely a little bit out of config, especially on the mass canister side. So we'll definitely take a good cinch up on that one. And for both of you, if it's possible after we fix the MLI to not translate on it, that would be preferable. Thanks.
Yeah, trying to work on that.
Right pod inhibit block 9 is complete.
And on this mid strut to upper strut, I see no metal exposed, and I'm not sure about the mid strut middle area, the one you pointed just now. To me, from this side is covered. Do you have a view on it, Steve, from this side?
There's a gap on this side.
Okay.
You may have to come inside to look at that. How does mine look, by the way, since you were looking across at me?
Yours is covered. I didn't see any that point, but between the two wire ties, the metal is exposed from here.
Okay.
Walk now, seat.
Hold on, I'm not in a good spot. A second. Still can't see it. Hold on.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour 52 minutes into today's spacewalk. The 4th spacewalk of the year, 8th for Steve Bowen and the 1st for Sultan Al Neyadi. We are in a satellite handover with the International Space Station. Expect to regain communications shortly. The astronauts are now working on routing They've completed their cable routing portion of this specific mod kit work. They are now working on the MLI, or the multi-layer insulation, ensuring it's properly placed to protect the hardware itself. After the astronauts complete the work on the 1B MLI, they will move over to the 1A mod kit and continue the same type of multi-layer insulation work. There won't be any cable routing necessary at that mod kit, but at the completion of this work, the astronauts will have prepared these areas for future solar array installation later this summer.
Mine looks so fine. Is that covered? I want to take a look at yours.
Yours is covered, but still between these wire ties, only
I think you can add a long wire tie in there to hold this down.
I can give you...
I got one. I'll get it. Don't worry. Take a look at yours. Yours looks like it's covered now.
And Sultan, we're back with you after the handover. And Sultan, we appreciate the good, thorough inspection on the right mid strut. So as Steve, as you continue to work that left mid strut, Sultan, you can move to the mounting bracket to cycle the soft capture features.
Good. I have one on my side, right?
There is one on your side. There's kind of one in the center, one on the left, and one on the right. So the expected config when you get there is that they're going to be pulled down and in the little J hook. We just want you to pull it out, release the soft capture, and then re-engage the soft capture. Just for your awareness, we are back with you on voice. We don't have video quite yet.
Okay.
In the center of your view here is NASA astronaut Anne McClain, serving as the ground IV. She's the one you hear speaking directly with the astronauts on the International Space Station on the spacewalk. They communicate with McClain alone to ensure streamlined communication, not too many voices coming from the room. To her left is Costa Madrivis. He is communicating with the astronauts inside the International Space Station, who are continuing to go through their workday.
640 EV.
Yeah, get a long wire tie on there with 3 twists.
5 minutes ahead on the timeline.
For both of you, just a status. You're at 2 hours, or just about at 2 hours PET, and you're still slightly ahead of timeline.
Thank you. All right, Sultan, how's that look now? Look pretty good? The right arm, okay. On which strut, my strut or the mid strut?
The mid strut. It was on the mid strut, right hand. In the new wire tie and the corner between the mid and the upper strut.
Right in here?
Yeah, right there. It's really tiny if you can touch the flat.
Yeah, I think if I gotta get in there to do that though. All right, give me a second.
And Steve, good catch. We were just looking at the same thing. And Sultan?
That one might benefit from. So Sultan, from your angle, does that close up that gap?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, so I should put another wire tie there. All right, that'll take a second.
And Sultan, correction to my last answer, you asked about the soft capture features. There's one on your side, and then 2 are kind of tended more over toward Steve's side on the bottom of the mounting bracket.
You want me to do all 3?
We do need to do all 3.
Okay, I'll do that.
Astronauts continue working on the multi-layer insulation.
Sure.
So what I'm trying to get around the corner here.
This multi-layer insulation protects the modification kits where future solar arrays will be installed. And that view that we had from Steve Bowen's helmet camera, International Space Station, flying over Illinois.
Okay, all 3 soft capture handles are recycled.
Copy, thank you.
Thank you, Sultan.
And Sultan, so the last thing we'll take from you is a HECA scan of all MLI. Anything you could see on the right side and on Steve's side. We just want to make sure there's no gaps in the mid and upper struts and that the mounting bracket is clear of MLI.
Okay, I'm scanning the upper strut now. Then the other side that I can't see covered. Upper strut.
And Steve, as you finish up, same thing. Same thing from you, Steve. Just a good HECA scan of any of the MLI pieces that you can see, and a verification that there's no MLI on the mounting bracket.
There you go. All right, let's see what we got here. How's that for a scan so far? Go upwards to the mid. This one up.
We appreciate the views. We are talking about it. All right, gentlemen, good news. You did so good on this one that we're going to head to 1A and do the same thing.
All right.
Good copy.
And before translating, please a glove inspection, HAP check, and a gauntlet check from both.
All right, let me get back down on the structure here, and then I'll do that.
I'm ready to close the inspection. So on my left hand, I see a rubber RTV. And on my index finger is closed. My right hand, no change. But blood is fine. My habits down still.
Okay, Sultan, we copy your left index finger, and you can confirm that that's only the RTV.
All right, my gloves.
The astronauts are conducting a glove and HAP check. They took a look at their gloves often to report the status.
We copy, Steve. Reminder on your way to 1A to pick up.
Dry.
Good check, HAP dry. And reminder, Steve, to pick up the wire tie caddy on your way.
Thank you. I will do that.
Again, we just saw those glove checks. The astronauts.
I do.
It's clear?
It's clear.
Thanks.
You can come back this way and follow me.
Is it already over the box? Okay.
It's already over the box. Okay. Wait for me to grab before we can move on.
Astronauts are periodically asked to take a look at their gloves to ensure there is no major damage. Additionally, they are asked for a HAP check. That's a helmet absorption pad. They're able to lean their head back and feel that helmet absorption pad to ensure there is no liquid in the helmet. This is Mission Control Houston. It's 2 hours and 6 minutes into today's spacewalk. The astronauts have just completed the work at the 1B mod kit after routing some cables and modifying the multi-layer insulation. They'll now head over to the 1A mod kit, where they will do the same installation work as previously.
All right, I have the wire tie caddy ready for me.
Copy. Your next stop for both of you will be to pick up your green hook from yours from 2003, Sultan's from 2004.
Okay, green hooks are next.
Copy.
We tuck this down behind my mini workstation.
Looks for clogged, but we are happy with 1 Bravo config. Very good.
These beautiful views coming from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's helmet camera. Today is Bowen's 8th spacewalk. Looking down below, the International Space Station just flew over Puerto Rico. You can also see the solar arrays stretching out from the International Space Station.
So as you come up to your green hooks, after you pick them up, you're going to be moving nadir kind of down towards your feet the way you're oriented right now, next to the A-frame to get over to the 1A side.
Okay. This side of the A-frame? Yeah, okay.
Yes, we recommend outboard of the A-frame.
Make sure and clear your feather. Okay, green hook back on.
We copy Steve's green hook.
And for E2 as well, green hook back on the big wheel.
Okay, copy. This is going to be a little bit of an orientation change, but as you're going to go down toward your feet outboard of the A-frame, and then you're going to continue inboard, and you're going to end up with EV1. Steve, you'll be on the right side of the mod kit, and Sultan on the left.
Be on the right, you'll be on the left. And down. Okay, so I am on the right side.
And Steve, we see you arriving there. Your first target is going to be the right mid-strut. That's the first one that we think may be problematic. And you're going to open the MLI fastened around the mid-strut collar bolt and reset it.
Okay.
The astronauts have now arrived at their next work site. They will begin securing the multi-layer insulation around the 1A mod kit.
Sultan, your first target is going to be the center pad of the left upper strut, so kind of the area that Steve worked out at the other area.
Copy, center pad.
And Steve, on that right mid strut, there's both the collar bolts we think are problematic, and then the area between the collar bolts and the mounting bracket.
Okay, let's take a look.
In this view, you can see NASA astronaut Steve Bowen on the left, easy to identify thanks to the red stripes on his spacesuit. On the right is UAE astronaut Sultan Al Neyadi. He's wearing an unmarked suit, but if you look closely, you can also see the Emirati flag on his left shoulder.
And Sultan, as you get up there, our suggestions, you can either reposition those integrals as you're working, if you need to use wire ties from your BRT, and ensure that flap side is under the flatter side.
Let's copy that, on. I'm opening the whole thing and start to.
The multi-layer insulation that these astronauts are securing today helps protect the structures that are on the International Space Station. They are exposed to extreme varying heat and cold while outside in the vacuum of space. And this multi-layer insulation helps protect against any extra stresses that those temperatures can cause.
Sultan, we're taking a look at the MLI. The MLI that's on the back of your right hand right now, that flap, we think that needs to be laid down first, so it needs to be underneath.
Forget about the mid strut.
Yeah, that's correct. That flap that's kind of underneath the, that one needs to go down first. That's right.
Understood.
And you may be able to kind of pull those integral ties around the strut, and then before laying down the second one.
Okay, thanks.
And Sultan, we know that that one's a little bit challenging and that there may be some metal exposed. You may need to use a wire tie. If you do, just a reminder not to put the wire tie over the actual collar bolt, but or over the actual bolt, but put it on one side or the other.
Let's copy.
Output power LED is on, but the white LED on the back of the laptop is not on.
Okay, and how does that look?
And Steve, that is buttoned up nicely. You got to go from the MUR on that one. So if, on your side, we can have you move to the right side of the mounting bracket to cycle the soft capture features.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Stephen, I think you saw it as you went by on that mid strut by the mounting bracket side. It looks like the inside of that MLI is open.
Yep. Okay, let me cycle this one and then I'll share that.
Thank you.
All right, that's cycled and back in the J. Almost back there it is. Now it's back in J. Yeah, let me get a better angle on that to fix it.
And I don't know if you see a view on my camera, but long white eye on the section of the mid strut.
It looked good to us. We're double checking with them.
And Sultan, that looks good to us right now. I appreciate that. And so, Sultan, if you just take a look along that whole left mid strut between the collar bolts and the mounting bracket and just ensure that there's no metal showing.
Work. Let's see if this looks better.
Good work on that, Steve. We're looking at the images. While we have you right there, just to your right side, there's a soft capture feature. So we saw you grab the middle one, and I think you're going for it. That we'll need to grab that soft capture feature on the right side and make sure it's in the J-hook.
That one's in the J-hook. And
so that's the middle one, and yeah, there's one kind of over.
That's it now.
Excellent.
Yeah, I think I need to go back and deal with this MLI a little bit more.
Okay, copy.
I want to stay in the J here. I pulled it down. I had to cycle it in. Got it that time. I think I have to go back and take a little look at this thing.
Okay, copy. Thanks. And Sultan, when did you move off of there? Oh, you got all three of them. Okay. Thank you. So for Sultan, we can take a HECA scan of any of the MLI and structures that you see on any of the struts and ensuring that the whole mounting bracket is clear of MLI.
Right, didn't work. But the heating port between the mid strut and the strut are covered now. No metal exposed.
Sultan, can you see this strut over here? Your side?
Is it?
Can you see the strut over here? Your side?
No, it's covered.
It's covered now?
Yeah. And on the upper strut, I see good MLI. I don't see any exposed metal except for the screw. Covered, but I can get tighter, but I don't see any metal exposed.
Okay, we copy. So as we await the
that's not good.
As we await the final. Yeah, we copy. We're waiting.
And looking at the cables that they've got here, they're going to need to go back and redo that whole section.
This view from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's helmet camera as he continues to cover the mod kit structure with multi-layer insulation.
Left side.
It's a good view.
Exposed.
Good view. We're going to keep looking.
His view to the left side.
And Sultan, the flap that's right in front of you, that you're kind of the one you're playing with, we may ask it to, we will ask you to put a wire tie around that, please.
The end work.
Now 2 hours and 30 minutes since the spacewalkers switched their suits to internal battery power, kicking off the start of today's spacewalk.
Yeah, we are looking, we're looking at the views now. Steve, while you're paused right there, the next thing we'll need is a wire tie count on the caddy.
Yep, hold on. I'm going to pull this one piece that's down here now. Okay. Hey, wire tie caddy. I have, let's see, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 long, 2 short. And I used the long and the short from my BRT.
And Steve, sorry, can you repeat the quantities again?
It's 7 long, short. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 7 long, 2 short.
7 long, 2 short. We are there with you. We appreciate that count.
And like I said, I used 2, 1 long, 1 short from my BRT.
Okay, we copy. Okay, we've talked about the high priority areas, and we are happy with the all of the MLI fixes in the high priority areas. We have one area that we'd like you to take a look at if you think you can get there without translating on the nicely tacked up MLI, and that's on the upper strut near the mass canister, the areas that you worked out at the 1B, Steve. On the left side, we think that the MLI might be open just a little bit.
Left side, upper strut. Okay, let me get back up there. Up here, actually looks pretty good. Look around. Push that left side, I think looks pretty good, maybe from the inside.
Copy. Yeah, if you get a good look on both
What do
those.
you think? I think the upper strut looks pretty good.
And Steve, are you able to get an eye on both the left and the right uppers?
Yeah, just did here's the left, let me go look at the right.
And I'll tell you the kind of problematic area that we're looking at is the left upper strut, but kind of on the back side from where you're looking at, so on the mass canister side, and just if you can try to get eyes on it. It's kind of the area that you worked out at the 1B.
Okay, let me take another look out here. Okay, looking at both sides of this left upper strut. That looks good. The right upper strut up at the top. Let me go take a look up at the very top here. Yeah, I can probably tighten that. I see what you're talking about now.
Copy. Thanks, Steve.
A second to get sure.
2 hours, 35 minutes into the spacewalk, and we are in a handover of satellites that allow us to communicate with the International Space Station. The astronauts continue to work on securing MLI, multi-layer installation, on the modification kit. This comes after completing some cable routing as well as additional MLI installation.
Back with you after the handover. We're about 5 minutes to a sunset, and Sultan, we just wanted to send you a quick note. We were looking at your helmet lights, and we think your left side helmet light may not have been on in the last eclipse if you want to use it.
All right, copy.
The modification kits where the astronauts are working today are where we will have future IROSAs, International Space Station rollout solar arrays installed.
If you see a view of my camera.
We see it now. That looks beautiful. Thank you.
Four new IROSAs have been installed on the International Space Station.
Copy. Good work. Thank you, Steve. And for both of you, we can kind of back off of the mod kit and take a look at all of it.
Flight EVA for Sultan O2 sensor. We're about from that problematic area.
All right, quickly before the sun goes down, that's the upper struts.
And that's right, Frank.
And as you guys get reset off of that work site, Sultan, just a couple systems notes for you. We're about 10 minutes from where the O2 sensor readings had been seen to be erratic before, so just for your awareness. And also just for your awareness, we think that your helmet lights came detached from your helmet and they're being held on by the strap. There's no action needed for you, but just letting you know that it might be a little bit wobbly.
Okay, copy that. Keep an eye on it.
And Stephen Sultan, we just got word from the MER. They are happy with your MLI work on 1 Alpha, so that will complete this task.
So flight will get the glove, hip check, gauntlet check.
Okay.
Yes, thanks.
So To get done with this work site, Steve will have you hand the wire tie caddy to Sultan, and Sultan, you'll just carry it on your MWS, and that bayonet fitting might keep it a little bit tighter onto your MWS. And for both of you, a glove, hat, and gauntlets before translation, please.
Yep. Right, copy. Just open the front and slide it in. You reps? Want to drop it back? If I can get it. Hold on. I am amongst your feathers here, so let's not get too crossed. Stop leading off to the left. You're heading back to the right. Do you want me to go ahead of you and then pose? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how best to do that. I can do it. I'll just pick up my local and then I'll head. Let me double check where mine is. Okay. Let me get low so you can get by me. Okay, go ahead, bye. All right, let's hang up with something. Hold on. Yeah, there you go. I'll put her in a handrail.
And for the translation, this is where you're kind of change positions as you get to where your green hooks were. So Sultan, our recommendation is that you lead back out to 2004, and then Steve follow him out to where your green hooks were, and then Steve will lead the translation back in. Big picture, Steve, your next task is arm setup, and Sultan, yours is ESP2 setup.
All right, copy. I'm at 2004. Okay, let me get up there and swap myself around. All right. I'll start in back. Yeah, follow.
And before translation, can we get a glove and a hat from both of you?
I'm sorry. Both gloves look good. Hat is dry.
Copy, thanks, Steve.
And for EV2, no change on the gloves. For EV2, no change on the gloves, and hat is dry.
Okay, copy, thank you. So, Steve, you'll lead the translation in. You're heading to the port CETA cart. And you will leave your anchors right where they are. So you're going to pass the anchors. And Sultan, you're going to be heading into the ESP2 work site. So you're going to follow Steve until you get to the CETA spur, and then you're going to go down the CETA spur.
All right, so follow speed until the spread, and we'll head down to the ASP2.
Good words, and you're actually going to go down the CETA spur, and we're going to have you fair lead near the port airlock toolbox when you get down there, and this would also be a good time to turn on the GoPro.
Copy.
Coming up on 2 hours and 45 minutes into today's spacewalk. This view from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's helmet camera. Both spacewalkers have accomplished the first major task of today, which is routing cables and modifying/securing MLI, multi-layer insulation, to the mod kits where future IROSA arrays will be installed. The astronauts are now translating to their next work site.
As you translate, you're sitting at about 2 hours and 45 minutes PET, and you're about 10 minutes ahead of the timeline. And we just got the call that all the inhibits are placed for RFG, so we are going to pursue that task.
The next task is for the astronauts to retrieve the RFG.
Yeah, I'm trying to get around here.
I think it's close on the cables.
Hold on. I think it's clear. What that's going on?
It's behind, yeah, clear now.
Okay. Okay, make sure this doesn't go behind me again. Hey, hold on, Sultan. Let me get I know a spot here.
Again, the next task for our spacewalkers is to retrieve the radio frequency group. This is part of the S-band antenna. The S-band antenna is our critical command and data link to and from the space station. Of course, we do have redundancy, but the RFG is the brains, essentially.
Where are mine? The wires. Sultan, can you go back and unhook mine? It grabbed onto something back there.
The radio frequency group houses the electronics, high gain and low gain antennas on the S-band system.
Don't grab back. Can you follow that back a little bit?
The astronauts will remove the RFG and bring it inside the space station.
Okay.
You see, the wire is folded, so it's caught back on something. So if you follow it back a little bit, you'll see what it's hooked on.
Okay, let me span it. On the EN10. Okay. Varsity.
Yep.
Okay, it's opinion 10, and it's coming your way.
I see it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Problem.
All right, so your tether currently goes behind me. I need to get it up and over my head somehow.
Stand by until I come closer to you.
Yeah. Actually, it goes behind me.
So where we want it for the next setup for these tethers, just for awareness, is Sultan should go from the anchor down to a fair lead by the port airlock toolbox. And Steve, yours will go from the anchor to a fair lead that you're going to put on the lab strut.
Yep. All right, so Sultan, the way to solve this problem is your tether goes behind me, but it's underneath my safety tether. So if you can get, let me get, right, so let's get it up. I'm going to go down, get over my head, then I'll come up and then we'll clear the last bit. Okay?
Are they crossed now or just behind?
Yeah, they're crossed now. So can you get your tether up from behind me and above, put it back above me?
Can you go a little bit nadir as well?
What?
Yeah. Towards me, just a little bit towards me.
I don't know. Let's see.
Be clear now.
Okay.
See it in front of you.
Let me get back up here and take a look.
It's clear.
Right now, I press 2, and that'll be fine.
I agree.
Okay.
Flight manager for EV2 plus. Given a chance, our team would like action below EV2's left index finger RTD flap. Make sure there's no vectoring damage. Copy that.
Electronics are working on it.
As our astronauts continue to translate to the next work site, the International Space Station is flying 261 statute miles over the Indian Ocean west of Australia. As you can see in the view, the astronauts do have lights on their helmet to help them work during these nighttime passes.
All right, Steve, you're going to go under the MT to the port seater cart, and you're going to be looking for the APFR in the top left whiff, which is whiff 3, and it should have an ingress 8 on it.
All right.
Flight EVA for the BGA. Go. Yeah, given where the crew is now, we're good to unlatch BGA 1 Bravo and 1 Alpha. They can reconfigure 1 Bravo as desired. I don't expect we're going to get to any get-aheads.
Yeah, and I'm going to go down the super spread now.
1 Alpha in the directed position.
And copy, Sultan. Yep, you're going to head down the CETA spur. And then you can turn on the GoPro, and you're going to fair lead on the port width near the port airlock toolbox. And when you pause, I have a couple words for you on your glove.
Copy that.
Hey, whip 3 is the one that's currently in the middle on the swing arm, correct?
Yes, width 3, which is...
And it's set. Papa, Papa.
That's correct. Papa Pampa, and then we ask that you don't change the pitch setting for translation, and you can stow that on your BRT. And the final settings for that one are 12 Papa Papa Fox 6 for the arm, and you can set that any time between here and there.
Okay.
This view from Steve Bowen's helmet camera as he picks up an APFR, articulating portable foot restraint. As overheard, he'll stow that on his BRT, the body restraint tether. He'll then attach it to the Canadarm2, which will be used during the next task when they remove the RFG, the radio frequency group, and prepare to bring it inside the space station.
And I'm going to go up to clear his safety tether. Now it's came under my legs.
And Sultan, we see you tried to clear that safety tether. Let us know if you need any assistance.
Yeah, before making this worse, I just want to... What are they wrapped? They cross behind my place, but I want to go down and take it.
All right, I might be able to help you out here. Just grab the APFR.
No problem, Steve.
And yeah, Steve, we'd like you to head back a little bit outboard to the other side and see if you can help clear that.
Okay, let me down the left strut and my fair lead, and then I'll go help him. That's okay?
Yeah, we concur with that plan.
Okay. And it's the starboard strut I'm supposed to go down?
It's the
And fair lead.
on the
try to work on it from here.
on the starboard lab strut handrail.
It worked. Hold on, take a second. Where are you right now?
I'm at Cedar Spur.
Okay, I'll be up in a second.
Just wanted to see where your tether is routed. Is it behind my place or?
Let me get my adjustment.
I just wait for you. I think it's behind my place.
Okay, I'll be there in a minute.
Okay.
It was already open as much as it can go, so that's as far as we can get it.
Everything is just because it.
I think it's just a further distance, and since it's dark, the light isn't reaching it as well. But we open it as open as we can go.
Okay, so we think it is just. We're not seeing any images.
Okay. So the iris is as open as it could go, but we did change some other settings to make it a little brighter.
Steve, I think we're clear.
Okay, let me check. Let me get my,
Yeah, it was right behind my PGT somehow.
All right, so you got it cleared.
You see it?
Not yet.
Okay. Then heading down to Cedar Spur.
Okay, and we told Sultan, or we monitored Sultan. You said that it is cleared.
It is cleared, and it was wrapped around my PGT, unfortunately.
All right, nicely done. So you can continue down the port airlock, or toward down the Cedar Spur to the GoPro, and you can turn that on. And Steve, you can go down to the front side of ESP2 via the lab and then the gap spanner.
On my way to get this in correctly.
Flight EVA for 3-hour consumable status. Okay, our limiting is MEDOX on EV2 at 7 hours, and we are on the timeline.
Copy that.
Alright, got fairly in place.
Copy, fair lead in place.
Okay, camera's on.
Copy, the camera's on. So if you can go over near the, we're thinking on the port whiff near the port airlock toolbox and fair lead, and then you're going to translate around the side of ESP2 where you stowed the crew lock bag 1, and you're going to stow the wire tie caddy.
Right, copy.
Okay. I'm going.
And Steve, as you get in a good position on the front of ESP2 there, your next step is going to be to give Frank a go to GCA to the APFR install and ingress position. So you just want to position yourself to where you are clear but can see everything.
Okay, let me get myself there.
Now over 3 hours into the spacewalk today, astronauts are preparing for the next major task on their list. This is to remove the RFG, the radio frequency group, from the S-band antenna. Again, the radio frequency group is the computer and electronics that control the S-band system. And this portion of the system will be brought inside the International Space Station before being returned to Earth for refurbishment and eventual return to the space station.
match.
Outside the band where we were experiencing the noisy data, so we expect it to be behaving normally.
Okay, so that's where we're going. In my tether.
Yeah, and I'm at the ASP and I have the bag in front of me.
Okay, Sultan, you can stow the wire tie caddy, and then I have a couple systems words for you when you have time to look at your left hand again.
All right, copy.
And where's the arm?
And then that's why caddy will go into integral orbit.
And yes, Sultan, we're going to stow the wire tie caddy into crew lock bag 1. At the same time, you can
The
grab...
question is, are they going into integral orbit? Or...
Yes, you can put it on any available integral RET.
Okay, Frank, you have a go to GCA to the ingress, the install and ingress position.
Steve, we copy GCA to published. Our published position is 1.1 meters station aft, and we're starting motion.
Okay, I'm watching. Good motion.
Good motion. Half a meter to go.
Continue to publish.
Copy, continue to publish. Ramping up. 50, that's your published position.
All right, let me take a look. All right, could I get another 30 centimeters station aft?
The additional 30 centimeters station aft.
Multiple voices in the mix now as NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg inside the space station is commanding the Canadarm2. Steve Bowen will be on the Canadarm2 to help with some stabilization for the RFG removal.
Copy, hold position.
And you can put brakes on, GCA complete.
Copy, GCA complete, stand by for brakes. The brakes are on, you go for APFR install and ingress.
Go for APFR install and ingress. Copy.
And Steve, you can install the APFR onto the arm. You're looking for 12 Papa Papa Fox 6. For Sultan, while you have that...
Papa Fox 6, okay.
Yep, good readback. For Sultan, while you have that bag in your hand, you're going to retrieve the large small RET that's on the handrail of that bag, and you're going to put the small hook onto handrail 8007, which is the same handrail that your temp stowed on.
8007, copy, small hook on... Copy.
A great view here of Steve Bowen as he handles the APFR, the articulating portable foot restraint, and places it on the Canadarm2, the latching end effector.
Okay.
And of course, we have another brief satellite handover Teams here in Mission Control Houston continuing to monitor everything about today's spacewalk, including the status of the astronauts inside the space station, of course our astronauts outside and keeping up with those tasks, as well as the consumables for the astronauts, including their oxygen rates inside the suits.
No, this one did not go all the way over.
Copy, black on black. And we're just back with you from a handover, so if you
Hold on.
called a pull twist test, we missed it.
Hold on. Oh, I got the black on black. It didn't twist yet. Feels like it's in, but it hasn't twisted. Baller's not going back yet.
Copy. A couple of notes for Sultan while Steve works that. One is that we're out of the range for your erratic sensor, so we're not worried about that anymore. For your glove, what we want you to do is take a look at the flap and see if you can look underneath it and make sure that there's no additional damage to any other of the glove structure other than that RTV. And just a reminder that on the index finger, you've got that turtle skin underneath that RTV as well.
I copy, and I did report initially that that slab has another RTV slab, but nothing is exposed. Rubber.
Okay, good words. Thanks for double checking that. So Sultan, your next step is going to be to pre-stage the long wire tie on the clamshell MLI. So just double check that you have a long wire tie left on your BRT.
Negative. I'm going to get any from the caddy. Only have short on my BRT.
Okay, yeah, we agree with that, Sultan. Sorry about that. I should have cut that before you put that in there. So we'll have you grab one long wire tie on the clamshell M line.
Right, copy and work.
All right, and I'm having a hard time with this black on black in the collar. Looks like it's in there. Collar does not want to move. Any suggestions?
We're taking a look.
Cycle it. That moved it a little bit. There we go. Now it's black on black. I cycled but then it came out. Well, okay, now I got 12. Got it black on black, but it's not in.
Okay, we copy that it might just be in this soft capture.
It's in soft capture. Hold on. Yep, and that's 12. All right, now I got a good twist. Got black on black. Yeah, collar is very stiff. I think that's a big part of this. It is in place. Got
okay, Steve.
Blocking at 12, black on black, good wiggle pull.
And we're checking, Steve. We may have you double check it.
All right.
Teams on the ground helping NASA astronaut Steve Bowen troubleshoot the install of the articulating portable foot restraint on the Canadarm2. Meanwhile, we saw the International Space Station enter an orbital daylight.
Okay, Steve, we're going to have you give that one more really good pull test, and rather than pulling on the boot plate, if you could go down to where the load limiter is, just obviously making sure you don't squeeze the paddles, and make sure we have a good pull test.
I got a good pull test. I'm not...
Okay,
I got black on black. I got a good wiggle pull test.
All right, that is good. We appreciate the setup. So your next step is going to be to assist Sultan with the RFG setup.
Okay. I get off the PFR.
So we can have one of you install the long wire tie onto the clamshell MLI, and we'll be assessing the clamshell MLI for snugness, and then we also need to retrieve the EVA scissors and cut the MLI strap.
Okay, I have the wires, Steve, and I'll install them now. Clamshell.
Okay, let me get cleaned up a little bit. Sultan, I just gotta... Yeah, what's my BRT is tangled up on? There it goes. All right, Sultan, I'm coming up.
All right.
And Steve, we think what you could start doing is undoing the quarter turn fasteners on the MLI tent.
I can do that.
And Sultan, you can move over to that clamshell MLI for the long wire tie.
See that, I'm just 52 there is in the end, surprisingly. Can I drop a green hook somewhere? Tell the tension that the green hook is, green wheel is, which the limit. But that's fair lead maybe. We'll check.
And Sultan, yes, you can drop your green hook. So we recommend one method would be to fair lead over by the port airlock toolboxes. But you can also put your green hook down to get your tetherers out of the way wherever you see fit, probably toward the airlock on ESP2.
Disregard that, and I think it was the red wheel caught behind the ESP structure. Now I have enough room to work. Yep.
Yeah, we copy.
And I do not see the quarter turn. I don't see the quarter turn fasteners on the backside, correct?
Nothing on the back, just the
one over here and the ones on the front.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. It's just ISS forward in port and on the high gain side. There should be 10 total. And then on the ISS starboard side, there's going to be a MLI Velcro flap that you can remove.
I can't get up there. All right, let me see what I can do.
Okay, well, tie installed on the handle. I'll feed it through the loops.
We copy, Sultan. And just a reminder on the, a couple cautions for you guys around the antenna. We don't want to exert any more than about 7 pounds into the high gain antenna. We want to minimize loads on the low gain antenna. And once we open it up, we want to avoid the white paint on the RFG and minimize loading into the flat face of the clamshell.
All right, they copy.
Everyone copies.
Think that's enough, Steve, or?
Okay. Yeah, you got to twist it on there. Tuck it back through again, then twist it on itself.
As our spacewalkers begin work on removing the radio frequency group as part of the S-band antenna, if you look in the background at beautiful Earth, just above it is our moon.
I'll twist it.
And Sultan, once you get on there, or once you get that on there, you can kind of put your hands on the clamshell and assess how much it moves on the antenna itself. This will be where Steve is holding the RFG when we feed it into the airlock.
I'll try to do a better job of writing this. I think, Steve.
Just take the open end and tuck it around it 3 times. Just tuck it in and around it and then fold it down. So bring it back up. No, you don't have to do that.
I'll do a flap, maybe.
Okay, that's fine.
That will help. I think.
I think you need to tuck it back through at least one more time.
Sure.
And Steve, by your left hand, there's kind of a Velcro seam along the RFG. You can open that up, getting ready to peel it back whenever you're ready.
Okay, that's all good. All right, you can get to the last 2 quarter turns there on this side.
You'll do that.
Yeah, I can't quite reach them.
And Sultan, your next step, you can retrieve the EVA scissors from the crew lock bag 1, and we'll be cutting the MLI strap.
All right, copy and one more.
And Steve, we'll have you stand by on the MLI until we get the strap cut.
Okay.
As we get that MLI open, reminder to both of you that we've seen some MMOD strikes on the RFG, and so we want to minimize touching any potential MMOD strike areas and that Z93 paint area.
Okay. Let me know my APFR settings. I'll make sure I'm good there. Let's
APFR
Papa,
settings 12, Papa Papa, Fox 6.
And I think I'm there.
Okay, I have my scissors, EVA scissors in hand. Assist my location for the cut.
Copy, Sultan. And when you're at the clamshell, can you give us any words on how snug the clamshell is on the RFG antenna?
But the wire tie is tight, and I don't think it's like a proper grabbing point, but it's definitely closed with the wire tie. Best effort, and it's tight. But it is rotating. If I do that, it does rotate.
Okay, with that then, Sultan, we are go for you to cut the MLI strap nearest the clamshell that connects the clamshell to the tent.
All right, we'll do that. Cut near the clamshell.
The first step in removing the radio frequency group is to remove the MLI, the multi-layer insulation that has protected the hardware. The RFG was not designed to be retrieved during an EVA.
Verify, that you did get the small end of the large small on the handrail, correct?
It is, but the large hook is still free. Where do I need to put it?
Okay, copy. Yeah, the small hook on the handrail. And then we have a request for you to close the EMU scissors, or the scissors, until you're ready to use them.
Copy, I'm ready to use them.
Okay, you're going to cut that MLI, and we're about 15 seconds from a handover.
All right, copy.
We are back with you on voice, waiting on video.
No problem, and MLI is cut. Waiting for words on that. It is cut, and with no thought, no residue on the both sides. Just a small flap on the RFG clamshell.
All right, copy. You can stow the EVA scissors in the crew lock bag, and I hope that was fun. We rarely get to cut things on EVA. And your next step is going to be removing the MLI tent and attaching it to that large ret that you have staged.
Right.
Steve, we're going to have you move toward the arm and have you start performing your safety tether swap and getting ready for ingress.
Okay, let's talk me through that real quick. Sure I'm doing it right.
Yes. So for the safety tether swap, you want to make sure your waist tether is down. And your first step is to lock your green tether reel.
Lock green. Green is locked.
Copy, green is locked. Check that your green hook gate is closed and the hook is locked.
My green hook gate is closed and locked.
You can now relocate your yellow hook to the SSRMS handrail tether point.
Okay, going on to the yellow hook is going to the SSRMS. We'll put it on the forward handrail tether point. That's gate closed, slider locked.
Copy, gate closed, hook locked on the yellow on the handrail tether point. Your next step is to attach your green hook to ESP2 handrail 8011.
8011 green hook, that's in work. All right, 8011.
Copy, green hook.
Installed.
Copy the green hook on 8011, and you can unlock the green tether reel.
Unlock green tether reel.
And when you do that, you want to verify that the tether reel and the cable are clear of the RFG removal path.
Yeah, I will be probably once I get the waist tether on that side clear of it.